Nope. That the new coffee? I thought so. Could smell it. When we head on our trip, we're probably gonna have what, the two big suitcases and individual carry-ons each? Okay. Trying to get an idea of size of vehicle we're gonna need. Make sure they don't put us in a tiny little Pinto or something. Yeah, let's try now. There we go. Beautiful. A lot of testes. A lot of testes. Huh? A weird blue line behind you when your character moves. You're not talking about the ferry, are you? Am I blind? I don't see that either. I don't see it in the picture there. Oh, this. Yeah, it's because of the like alliance tags and stuff. Right? Because the alliance tags, this is general. Mole, 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 mole. I'm doing well. Restart my client. That'd be unreal. That'd be so much silver in Crimson Desert. I did, yeah. I've been using it the last few days. I even have it like for all the things. I like it. Being freaky. Who's being freaky? Well, I get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Oh. Yo, what's up, Deco? Yeah, the Rusalka Coral. I remember correctly, that's for the life skill crystals, right? That's this beach up here? No, here? Here. It was this beach, right? Let's see if my Sork is level 66. If my Sork is 66, I'm going to tag my warrior and get a little suck warrior practice in before patch. Let's see, and baba. No. Should be done after today though. Need 2.4%. We got like 3% yesterday. What's up, genius? Do you think the changes will actually be enough for Suck Warrior? What do you mean by enough? Suck Warrior was already a solid grinder. Suck Warrior definitely doesn't have cooldown issues either. Suck Warrior is an already above average grinder. It's not an S tier, but it's above average. There's a ton of classes that would love to be able to grind as well as Suck Warrior does. Awaken Warrior struggles more, which is kind of surprising they didn't give more love to Awaken Warrior. Oh yeah, it's been in shambles for a while. That market is fully driven by like AOS. At 1600 AP, I think we actually had somebody ask the same question yesterday. I'm pretty sure it's Orzekia or Darkseekers. Yeah, this or even this if you want a bit of a more chill grind. Those are your two best spots. Huh? Maybe you need to message my dad. Yeah. I don't know. I wonder if he's figured out his phone yet. He probably did that either before or after he was going to Tibet. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of cute. Because he uses that bank that's right there too, and he's the superstore, right? So he's, yeah, works out good for him. Not like before, he had to go all the way across town for a haircut. That's practically next door for him. Yeah. I'll just do pancakes, that's fine. You don't have to make anything extra. Yeah, and I finish off the other loaf. So that's something that needs to go on the list tonight. What do you mean in? What, you weren't allowed to bring them in or something? I don't understand. Oh. Yeah. There you go. Did she post it? Oh, you're probably exhausted.
What a that?
What a that? Part of me wonders if they're ever going to do a costume price increase again. They used to do it like every year. But they haven't actually done one since. Man, it's been so long ago. I think it was since before the first Sovereign came out. Or since the last Fallen God came out, I think would be more accurate. I just wonder if they're like, okay, we got these losers like Zethian out there who have trillions upon trillions upon trillions of silver in costumes. And every time we do this, they make more and more silver. Good morning, Nelly. My recycled coral pre-order has been sitting in the market unfilled for 6 months now. Yeah, because it's not worth it to go out there and get recycled ore. There's like no way to make money off of it, right? So people only go out there to get it for themselves. Gregor, you lost your privilege to talk to me like that. You don't have VIP. You have to say yes, sir. Fuck you, Yanni. I only wanted to have a quick word, sir. I even hear the accent as you're typing it. Oh, shit. Have any of you guys finished the main story in Crimson Desert yet? I know you guys have to be close if you haven't already, because you guys definitely been going harder than I have. No? See, that surprises me. Well, maybe not, Kanjara. You're definitely a completionist kind of guy, so you probably go on a lot of side journeys. Murray rushed through it? Holy. I know, the side content? Like, well, look at last night, right? Like, holy fuck, I finished chapter 7. And then I was like, okay, so yesterday I went to the Abyss and I had all the... Well, I guess it was the day before yesterday now, but... I went to that one Abyss and I realized there's so many more that I missed. I'm fucking rhyming. And, I was like, okay, I gotta go back to my previous Abysses and do those. And I fucking spent, 4 hours just doing puzzles? It was fucking fun, too. It's just, I can't progress any further in any of those paths. There's a gate... I'm at a gate in every one of those paths that's locked, so I guess maybe there's one more abyss that I need to open and do, I guess, as I progress through the story. And that'll, once I finish that, it'll unlock the rest, like, for me to go further in all the areas. Been doing camp content? Yeah. I need to do more of that too, like... They should have gave BDO partner only drops in the Crimson Desert category. Oh, that would have been so huge. Could you imagine? I could have streamed nothing but Crimson Desert. And just... I would have put so much time into it. Band of adult children. It's so funny, Techo, because... it's actually very relatable. Ask almost anybody. I'm sure even if you think about it for a bit in your life experiences, you're like, oh my god, that's all the world really is adult daycare, nonstop. It's just you always, it doesn't matter where, what environment you're in, there's always somebody, some people acting like children, and there needs to be one adult in the room to try to calm them down. So I think there are things on the ground that may be used up there, because I found a cube thing on a mountain that had no puzzle nearby. Is that the thing I did last night? Was that on Sage's Peak? Cliff is the adult. The bacon ready? Okay. I just got a really strong whiff of it. That's why I was like, if it's still in the oven and I smell that strong, bacon might be burning. I didn't realize you pulled it out. Oh, Kanjara, I'm sure you saw, but there was apparently another patch in the middle of the night that was to address ray tracing and DLSS. Not ray tracing, ray reconstruction. It didn't fix it? Oh, gotcha. More work to be done? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. The thing that I notice seems to break it the most is if there's only one light source in the room, you have your lantern off, and the light is behind you. It's like all of a sudden the room you're in goes complete pitch black, and it's like all shimmery. Because it's like it doesn't know where the light source is anymore, or that the light source exists. It's like it knows, but it doesn't know. You know what I mean? The light knows where it is because it knows where it isn't. You know what? It kind of is like that. Oh, I haven't been doing any character swapping, so maybe that's why I haven't been experiencing crashes. I know some people are saying they crash, here and there. I still, like... I don't know, I'm starting to think that my game's bugged and it's just not letting me swap anything. Maybe I just need to progress a little bit further in the story. You like playing the side characters more than Cliff? I heard that the Velk lady, Damien, I think that's her name. I heard she's kind of OP. I've never been a Zerk fan. Oh, I didn't pop my consumables. Ah, okay. There's probably a quest marker somewhere on my map that I've just been ignoring, that I gotta go just, yeah, continue down that chain. I also want to find out how to unlock that that witch's hut that's in the middle of that frozen lake. because I can't go in it. So there's obviously some quest nearby I need to do that brings me to that as well. Because I'm going to assume that I'm going to be able to address abyssal gears and stuff in there too. And I remember that one, the one Red Witch, I was able to buy like 3 recipes for abyssal gears. So I really want to get that next one and see what recipes she has, because it'd be sick if I could find like an attack speed upgrade one. Definitely like to be able to push to 10 attack speed. At first, I was kind of annoyed that there was just breakpoints, where it's either 5, 0, 5, 10, or 15, and nothing in between matters. But I guess that actually adds a little bit more diversity to the gear now, right? Because now you just like, okay, I got this sword that's 1 and 1, or I got the shield that's 1 and 1, or 2 and 0, or 0 and 2. Now you just kind of like have options, like, okay, I can make up for deficiencies in the crystals by using this piece of gear. But I need to do a lot of exploration and shit now in Payloon, because I've obviously done a lot in the Hydael area. But I think there's a metric shit ton. Like, there's obviously still a ton for me to do in the Hydael area, but it's crazy that there's like, what, 4, 5, maybe even 6 areas like the Hydael area? And I'm still not even like close to done 1. I feel like I'm just starting Payloon. I am, right? Like, I don't know if I'm going to be done that game by the end of the year. It is so crazy to me how handcrafted that game feels. Oh, did you end up getting your collector's edition yet, Kinjar? Yeah, I need to find more dyes and stuff too. You mean AI slop? Shut up, you're such a loser. You mean AI slop, sir? You need to get your shit together, cotton balls. I think one of the... Oh, you're right. I don't have a loot scroll. Yo, appreciate you. One of the things that surprised me the most about Crimson Desert, that I was the most on the fence about before it came out, was like, okay, we all know how bosses feel in BDO. Are they going to be able to do fun, hard, interesting bosses in Crimson Desert? And like, I'm sure most of us all lean towards doubt, right? But they did such a good job. Holy, both those bosses I fought last night, Ludwig and fuck, who's the bear guy? Those fights were so fucking epic. Holy, the way Ludwig, when he's in that second phase and he's just fucking RP walking at you, lightning surrounding him. Oh my god, fucking give you chills. Still kind of sad that I'm one-shotting all these fights. One-shotting all the fights, I mean, I did manage to pick up like 70 dried fish, but it's not like dried fish heal for a ton. And like I just have so many of those Pilsner pills or whatever the hell they're called. I know, man, I want to figure out how to turn into fucking Zeus like that. That shit is sick. Yeah. I think not only that, Frost Goose, I think there's definitely that too, but I think they also like lifted, like with this new engine, lifted a lot of the limitations that obviously BDO has, right? Not only did they learn their lessons from BDO, but they learned their lessons from their first engine and made their second engine so much more robust. I am really curious. I really hope, and I really do think that they will add some multiplayer capability to the game in the future. But I am super curious how well that works and feels. Because that'll kind of give us the best idea we can get of how that engine might work for an MMO for them in the future. Because you got to remember, Crimson Desert was originally going to be an MMO, so there's no doubt in my mind that that engine is designed around potentially having an MMO built upon it one day. A party system with NPCs, though, is nothing like having other players in a game. Yeah, me neither. Me neither, Basic. I really wish that the bosses like Umbra. That boss just one-shotting you with some of those attacks. I feel like there needs to be more one-shot attacks. Although I think maybe part of the reason is too, like, I have such a large health pool that the bosses are hitting really hard, right? It's just, I just have such a massive buffer. Because I still haven't fucked around with my armor. Like, it's still just sitting at level 5 because I don't feel comfortable putting any of the abyssal fragments in it yet. They might want to consider nerfing healing. That's the thing, is they just buffed it, right? I think the problem is everybody complained that healing wasn't doing enough. And I don't know. Well, I think there needs to be a combination of both, Techo. I think there should be one-shots, like abilities that you have to avoid. And if you don't, GG. Right? But there also should be, like, so much damage coming in that even with the normal attacks, if you're getting hit by them too much, yeah, your healing can't keep up, right? Maybe I need to take the I have a crystal in my armor that gives +3 food levels. So maybe that's making my food heal too much. Maybe if I take that one crystal out, I don't even know where I got that crystal from, but maybe that's one of the main culprits, that even like dried fish is enough to out-tank bosses. You need to not be able to use food on the ground. Well, I like that too. I absolutely like that. If you're in any type of CC chain being fucking blasted, Orphic, was that you that posted that yesterday? 1 second, I want to find the clip. This shit had me dying because it is so fucking BDO, and I guess it's so some other game too. Here it is. This is fucking Crimson Desert right here. Somebody, Kajara, you need to remake this meme for Crimson Desert. Oh, shit is so funny. It's so fucking Crimson Desert. What is he eating? I don't know. It's like taking bites out of a mango or something. I don't know. You bite through the side skin of a mango. It looks like kind of looks like a mango. But yeah, I think that's also a good compromise, Dragor. Make it so you can't heal while you're being absolutely comboed around, juggled. I also feel like the when you're in focus, it's not proportional. Like it feels like your cooldown on eating food doubles, but the speed that the enemy attacks is like 1/5 of its speed. I feel like those need to be linear with each other. Because you could just go into focus right after an attack and fucking basically heal back up to full. Where if you tried to spam that button in the middle of the fight, right? You're going to get maybe 1 or 2 bites of food off before the next attack's coming in. You're not going to be able to sit there eating like 6 times. So it definitely feels like there isn't a proportional, like, time adjustment going on there. What is this one? Regular bread. The fucking Sour Patch Kids.
You want them?
uh, by the way, after 10 hours of Awakening Sage doing stuff, I really have to say the PvE is surprisingly high PM and you need to stay focused on Tenebrum to not miss cancel timing. Yeah, it's if you want to pull good numbers, it's definitely higher APM. It's like, it's not the highest, but it's one of the higher ones. But you also have the ability to just chill. Like, I could just hold Shift F, keep holding F, keep holding F, keep holding F, start holding W, all of a sudden holding it, hold Shift X, keep holding X, little WQ, now back into the same rotation. You could do that over and over again. Now, obviously, your trash per hour is going to dramatically go down, but you can do like a super comfy Guardian style rotation. Or you can do a higher APM and pull good trash. That's one of my favorite things about Sage is when I want to turn my head and talk to chat, I just go into easy mode. When I'm feeling myself for about all of 3 seconds, I press buttons fast. From a capital G gamer, I mean that's fair, right? You got to remember too that this game, they're trying to make it palatable to a larger audience. Just imagine, and this is where I give them a little bit of lenience. That fucking monkey boss was a unit before they nerfed it. If basically everybody who played that game couldn't progress the story until they beat that guy, and he stayed as hard as he was, I think that would have actually stopped a lot of people. Like, that probably would have been a stopping point for a lot of people in that game. So maybe it would be cool if they had a setting. Like, they didn't seem to want to have a setting, but maybe they should have had a setting in the game where, like, when you start your game, it could be like harder bosses or something, right? Or nerfed food. Oh yeah, they just start comboing the hell out of you. They go crazy. Why you talk so fast? Do I? I feel like sometimes I do. New Game Plus territory? Maybe. I wonder if they'll have something like that. Probably not. I mean, I imagine somebody would have already showed that existing. You got time? Chill? Why don't you just play the stream in slow-mo? Why do I gotta slow down for you? Why does the world have to cater to your needs, fella? If it's too fast for you, that's okay. Mm-mm-mm. My wife makes such good pancakes. Yeah, I hope they get it fixed too. I really hope they get it fixed. Enjoy the moment? Yo, I'm just enjoying the moment more than you are because I get more in a moment. Those moments are limited, fella. You gotta make use of every minute. I found the Treant. I got jumped by like a guy's in the Treant gilly, and I ended up getting a sword, but it has durability on it, like a poison sword, kind of like the bee thing. Is Orzeki a better silver than Nymphomari? Let me take a peek. Check him. Ors is the number 5th grind spot. Nymphomari is below. Oh yeah, it's definitely way better. It's like almost 50% better. Really? VA. What's the VA? Oh, voice actors. Okay, cool. See how much XP I got already. Boom. Oh, already half a percentage? How long was that? I don't even think that was a full hour of grinding. Should be at like 99% by noon. One thing I hope they do, like obviously they won't. It's pretty obvious that they won't port BD over to the new engine. But maybe they'll be like, yo, we should work on getting DLSS, updated FSR, ray reconstruction, like all of that shit in BDO. Those technologies. Yeah, I think it's story. I don't see any issues with the actual voice actors themselves. I'm waiting for this story to really open up now because, like, I'm at the point of the game where it almost feels like the story's concluded. You know, right? The game starts. Your camp is being attacked by the black bears. They basically slaughter you, slit your throat. You're scattered across the continent. You rebuild your forces, get stronger, go back, take back your homeland. It's like, okay, it feels like the story's concluded here. So where is? It doesn't feel like there was really much. It was a very simple story considering how much time I spent in it. Cool. I'm gonna watch this on my side monitor. Morning, Dukes. Gregor was in here earlier just saying how he was surprised with how good you've got lately. That you've really been putting in the work, and reminds him that he should put in more practice so he could be as good as you are. He must be AFK. Trying to do a little fishing. I didn't catch shit. Yep. Yesterday it peaked at like 270 something. Like gained another 10% on its peak. Oh, it looks like you can upgrade to the deluxe too, eh? If you just bought the Crimson, you can actually buy the deluxe upgrade. They actually made a statement, Dukes, from Pearl Abyss themselves, that they don't want to charge for DLCs. What they want to do is make the game better. And instead of selling a DLC for $15, they want to sell more copies of the actual game. Because every new person who buys the game, right, that's the equivalent of multiple people buying a DLC. I don't think that's saying that they'll never do it, but it definitely is a better approach because, like, there's a lot of games where, you know, people express their frustrations, like they have DLC fatigue, right? You leave a game for a while and all of a sudden you're thinking about coming back to it and you find out there's 5 different DLCs you need to buy to get caught up. That deters people. But as BDO players, we do know that Pearl Abyss, you know, just because they say something at one point doesn't mean that that's going to stick forever. Which honestly isn't a bad trait either, right? That can go both ways. $5 million sold? Do we have a source on that? Somebody said that last night, and I was like, I don't know if they got to 5 million yet. I know they were at 3 million. Getting 2 million on launch day, another million over that first week. I guess it was the 19th day, so we're almost done 2 weeks. The biggest thing for Pearl Abyss that I think a lot of people are underestimating, the 2 biggest things, is not only has this product funded an amazing new engine for Pearl Abyss, but the brand recognition. Yeah, that's what I heard, that they were on track for 5 mil, but I haven't seen them officially announce they've hit it. They probably will once they do. 5 million's a pretty cool milestone. But the real biggest thing that they really that is really invaluable is the brand recognition they're going to have because of Crimson Desert. I think it's setting up this brand recognition they got. If I were a betting man, I would have guessed Doki V would be more popular than Crimson Desert because of the style of game Doki V looks like it's going to be. But I feel like with this Crimson Desert launch, it's really setting up Doki V to really be so much more popular now because it has that brand recognition behind it. Pearl Abyss is now on the map. Like, Pearl Abyss, people knew of Pearl Abyss if they were in the MMO space, right? But if you never really played MMO games at all, you probably had no idea. If anybody said Pearl Abyss, you'd probably be, no idea who that is. But now, right? Now with Crimson Desert being such a I don't know, maybe it's a little generous to call it a global phenomena, but with how successful it is in the gaming space, there's a ton of people now, when Doki V comes out, maybe they're not tracking it, but all of a sudden it's gonna be like, oh yeah, there's this new game coming out by Doki V, or even better yet, right? Think of the Game Awards, right? Not Game Awards, but well, maybe like the places where they showcase games, right? All of a sudden the screen's gonna go black and people are gonna be like, okay, what's this next game being announced? And all of a sudden the Pearl Abyss logo is gonna come up. And as soon as the Pearl Abyss logo comes up, people are gonna be like, oh, are they making a new game? I remember Crimson Desert, that shit was sick, right? And then all of a sudden it's gonna start showing Doki V. People are going to be so much more excited now seeing that Pearl Abyss name pop up first, just wondering what's coming next. Is this next game going to be just as sick as Crimson Desert? At the same time, though, I guess it could backfire in their face because now people have, are going to have much higher expectations of Pearl Abyss. I don't know if it's fair to say it's not a global phenomenon. I think we can all agree Expedition 33 was global phenomenon, and this has sold more copies than Expedition 33 did in its first 2 weeks, and is on track to match sales faster. Okay, well, maybe it is. Yeah. You need to find a new stream, I know. They don't get more innovative with Zelda. What do you mean with Zelda? I don't understand. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Man, I'm so hooked on BDO and Crimson Desert. It's making me so frustrated. I just want to play both like crazy. I need 4 arms. So I could just do a split screen and be playing BDO and Crimson Desert at the same time. Just wait until Doki V comes out too. We're gonna need 6 arms. They're gonna try to turn us into spiders. And then yeah, plan 8 arms. So they gave us a fishing event? Yeah, but I actually like playing BDO too. If they were really nice, they would have gave us a fishing rod. We need a banging fishing rod for this event. PA nerfed the Zerker outfit? That's fucked up. That is absolutely fucked up. One that doesn't expire in 30 days too? Yeah. I don't know why they didn't just nerf durability reduction. If they felt that, because that's clearly why they did it, right? People who min-max their durability reduction, their rods were lasting way too long. I don't know why Pearl Abyss didn't just say, maybe we just nerf durability reduction. Well, you haven't been fishing if you still have that much durability on your rod. But I have maximum durability reduction. Maybe I fish too much. I also hit the dummies whenever there's an XP event too, and I'm not even fishing. Yeah, getting you all excited, Dukes? You're hearing rods? You just licking your lips? I can't believe you actually typed that and hit enter. I want that bird mask in video, by the way. I like that bird mask. Where's my bird mask at? Well, I guess we kind of already do, right? Not, and I'm not talking about the pre-order stuff, but that, sorry, I gotta sneeze coming, 1 sec. Ooh, really, Kinjara? Oh, excuse me. So what was I gonna say? That outfit that everybody in Crimson Desert is wearing, what do you call it, like the Lich King outfit or the Skull Knight outfit? I don't know what you want to call it. The Frost Cursed outfit. That's basically the where the hell did I put it? I'm gonna have to use a little Control F. I don't know what it's called in game though. Am I blind? Don't answer that, chat. I think it'd be near the back. Oh, Dark Prince. Right? That's practically this outfit, so. How cool would that have been though if some of those outfits in Crimson Desert, if when you got them in game, it gave you a code to redeem in Crimson Desert, or sorry, in Black Desert for the same outfit in Black Desert. You can tell they dropped Crimson Desert Con into BDO over its development. Yeah. And there's obviously a lot of BDO stuff in Crimson Desert. There's definitely a lot of I don't know, cross pollination, I guess. The problem with them doing a cloak slot is they would have to do so much costume work, separating so many cloaks from outfits, and then making them all fit outfits, different outfits. It's a heck of a lot more work than separating gloves and boots from outfits. There also needs to be one of my issues with capes in BDO that obviously isn't an issue in Crimson Desert is most capes in BDO feel like they're too rigid. They're not flowy enough. I think that's for the obvious reason, right? There isn't like physics going on. There's just strict animations. Oh, appreciate you. Most of the time it's a Halloween thing, but if I remember correctly, they did do an April Fool's like version of that event last year, right? So maybe they do. That'd be the day after tomorrow. That'd be right on. Oh shit, we got some April Fool's shit coming up. Get ready, chat. Are they in the store perma now? Well, maybe they'll add a new one this year. Is there an April Fool's event pass? Oh yeah, I guess we do, huh? Yeah, that's that shit we've been getting. These things are so annoying. Now this is cool to me. Oh, you get all of the following. So this is like transmogs. I can't wait to get the Geath helmet. I am so excited about the Geath helmet. I used to rock that shit. I'm kind of sad the Red Nose armor isn't in there. So my fishing bed's out. No, there's like no gimmicks here. There's little events that happen, but nothing that, like, it doesn't change what you're doing. It just makes what you're doing already faster. You know what we should do for the next bum fights? Pick a class that neither of you have played. You both have like 2 weeks to learn it. And then you fight. Mirror match. Yeah, it's true. I guess with the tournament coming up, fuck that. Maybe after the tournament. That would definitely waste time that you guys could be practicing for the actual tournament. No, I figured one that neither of you have played, so you're both starting completely fresh. Do like, I don't know, Tamer, Awaken Nova or Suck Nova. I don't know if I've ever seen you guys on either of that. Shy. Guardian. I'm sure there's a class that neither of you have touched yet. Maybe Corsair. That's true. Yeah, we just gotta find a female class for Dukes and a white class for Dragor. And then we know that both of them have never played it. Or wait. I said that backwards. Shit! I fucked it up. Yeah. You beat Dukes up on his witch last month? So he plays female classes? Well, yeah, it's Dukes that typically only plays male classes. Dragor will play either. You're Witch? Hey, Witch is kind of a unit. I mean, Belly was beating you guys up. Belly's a Witch. No, I didn't call you Dukes. I was actually referencing Dukes in that, because it's Dukes is the one that primarily plays only male classes. I read Yanu's message as Dukes. Okay, I'm checking the VOD. You are fucking gaslighting me. There is no. Oh my god, I did, didn't I? Ah! Why do I do that, though? Post an idea about solo Black Shrine bosses in the forum. Only my third post ever, I guess. Cool. You can link it in chat, Best Supply. People can check it out, and if they like it, you guys should definitely upvote it. You see Duke Swan? He didn't just won. He dominated. What was the score? It was 10-4. Although Dragor still holds the hardest spanking record of 10-2. But Dukes keeps getting closer and closer. Oh, Best Bly. This is what I'm talking about. A post that isn't 16 fucking pages for me to read. That's always, whenever somebody comes in, they're like, yeah, I got feedback on this. Can you check it, Seth? And I open it. I'm like, oh, I gotta read all this shit. Fuck. I like this. This is okay. Let's see. Idea that came up in guild conversation for solo Black Shrine bosses. If a player defeats a certain level of that boss, they get completion in that adventure journal for all the specific bosses levels and lower, and bundle one-time rewards. For example, if the player beats 10, they get everything for up to 9. Yeah. This is not a new thing. Like, this is just common sense, right? The fact that Pearl Abyss didn't consider that, like, because obviously if you can do 10, you can do everything up to 10. It's logical. So definitely, I'm going to upvote it. Maybe it'll get some more attention on it, but it's so maybe it's too logical for PA. That's the problem. I just want to freaking upvote something. Why are you asking for my authenticator? And downvoted. Just kidding. Wait, what did I miss? You felt bad for me. Shut up. Your Crimson Desert is out for delivery. Oh, did you hear me earlier? You didn't answer, or maybe I just didn't see it. I was curious if your collector's edition showed up. I want one of those collector's editions so fucking bad. You're gonna have to get it all like set up wherever you're gonna mount it, wherever you're gonna put it on a shelf and take a picture. What? Already? Okay, well, I guess the ball's now in Duke's court. To a 2v2. What? Maybe we need to set up like a... What's that thing off of Billy Madison? A decathlon. Decathy? Yeah, we'll just set up like a whole series of matches. You guys gotta fight each other. We'll have like a reflex tester, a 1v1 in BDO, a spelling bee. A Yar match? Yeah, see? And whoever wins the most at the end is the ultimate champion. Should pick our classes. I think you were gone, Dragor. I was actually saying that. I said that next time we should do a mirror matchup, and I'll pick a class that neither of you have ever played. Actually, I think you were here because you responded to the goofy joke I made at the end that I fucked up. But Duke's made a fair point that you guys have like what 2-3 weeks until the tournament. You guys probably should focus on practicing that instead of, you know, fucking around with random characters that are probably just gonna make things worse, not better for your tournament. So maybe after the tournament. We'll have an MS Paint drawing contest where you both have to quickly draw a picture in MS Paint. You got a Discord, stream yourself drawing it. And you'll have like 5 minutes to draw it the best you can and then chat votes which one's better. Ooh, I think I could cook up a bunch of things for you guys to battle it out. You should bring the Sork to one of those fights, Dragor. I don't know why you don't. So I can have the highest streak? Oh. Well, he did just formally challenge you, right? So... Although I don't know what the whole 2v2 thing was about. Spin the wheel for the classes? Well, the problem with spinning a wheel for the classes is I'm pretty sure Dragor has fucked around on more classes than Dukes. So that would be in favor of him, right? There'd be a higher probability of it landing on a class that Dragor already has experience on that Dukes doesn't. That's why I think it would be better to just find all the classes that neither of them have played and then maybe make a wheel of those classes. That would work. The Corsair, yeah, Corsair, Shy, Duck Nova. Next Pink Dolphins. You sure it's not the Troll Pink Dolphins? Because they got a troll event on right now. Oh, yeah, those guys. I've been just saving them all up. I have 6 of them. How many of those did you say you got last night? What the fuck? I got the bungalows. Yo, this thing. This one right here sends shivers down Duke's spine when he sees this thing fished up. For a little bit of stock, yeah. You want to be the last alive every round and cosplay as a good player because of it? Like every Sork ever. It's crazy. So many Sorks I've seen, they just live and live and live, and at the end of the round they're like, oh my god, you guys are so shit. I can't wait for you guys to see my score and see how much I was trying to carry you guys. When fucking they just run the timer down for 2 minutes at the end of every round. There's so many Sorks that fucking did that. It's so hilarious. What should they do? Just die? No, they should just not have an ego about it and act like those stats matter for them. I think you completely missed the point. Not saying don't try, But stop fucking acting like the stats matter after, because all you're doing is padding the stats. Like, duh, you're gonna have more damage and CCs at the end of a fight because you fucking spent the whole 3 minutes iframing. Which is okay, it's what your class does, but don't let that shit feed an ego, you know what I mean? Bragging about your stats at the end of a match when you're a Sork is like the equivalent of getting mad at a Shy for not getting any kills. Could have been huge, Dragor. Think of all the maidens that would have been showing up to your shows, whispering in the background. This guy on stage, did you know he's the #1 Sork in BDO? What? All of a sudden, the fucking janitor has to come out with a mop. They're mopping the floor. That could have been you, Dragor. Oh yeah, there's certainly other classes that can do that too, but it's predominantly Sork that make a big deal about the stats after. Once again, you're missing the point. The Sork ego just goes completely different. Did Dukes respond to you? Wukong and Sage's perma iframe class. Well, it's not just about iframes too. It's about living. Sure, Sage and Wukong don't iframe as much as Sork, but they can live like fucking crazy too and just throw out damage. Yeah, I wouldn't say better. They do other things while doing the iframing thing worse. If a Sork is playing to just not die, it does it better than like any other class in the game. Three people can pressure a Sage and eventually it runs out of stam and he's just left S blocking and gets fucked. Whereas Sorks have shards always to fall back on. That's a myth? Well, apparently the whole game is living in a myth. Most classes? Popular classes, sure. Not most classes. Oh, two Sorks. That's the bar. Yeah, they're gonna have a hard time then, of course. Oh shit. You're creating a straw man, Danza. I ain't gonna participate. What you're effectively saying is Sork iframes are balanced. Because look at Sorks when they fight other Sorks. They have a hard time maintaining their iframes. Like, you don't realize how goofy that sounds, do you? That'd be like saying, yeah, Seraph is fine 1v1, just play Seraph. You're 100% making jokes? Okay, good. You gotta throw a kappa in there, man. Body language is everything, and I'm fucking missing it. Surprisingly, though, this latest best in class, the Sork fights weren't one of the more boring fights. The worst fight was the Wusas. Because Awakened Wusa couldn't deal with Suck Wusa, and two Suck Wusas were fucking... Even the Shy fights were more exciting than the Wusa fights. They should have made someone stream it. They did fuck up on NA. That first... Was it the first weekend or the first day? But they just... Yeah, everybody dogpiled into the Warrior fights, and that was it, right? They should have and the second week they fixed it. They said, okay, we're going to make sure that we have as best coverage as possible. The Nova fights were also boring. Yeah, they weren't great. Because once again, it was like Suck Nova, just... You know, it's hard for Awakened Nova to do anything outside of when it has Excel against the Suck Nova. I don't blame Perlibus too much. I mean, when you have this much... When you're constantly... Like, Perlibus is really good at making unique classes. Really, really good at it. But in the process, right, you are going to have some classes... it's going to be impossible to make sure every class requires the same amount of skill and effort, right? So... I give them a bit of tolerance, but yeah, Pet's just auto-CCing. When you've got the Nova just sitting there panicking, block up holding S, and you just see him randomly CCing people while he's panicked in the corner, is fucking hilarious. It is just absolute comical. Absolutely comical. It is so funny too when you see these clips of like somebody is off to the side, like pretend this is an AOS arena, right? One second, let me kill these mobs. Pretend this is an AOS arena. Fuck you, crab, get out of here. God damn it. Fucking imagine this is an AOS arena and there's a Nova fighting somebody else up here. There's like 3 people fighting down here. All of a sudden, the Nova's pet just ignores what's going on and appears down here and randomly CCs somebody. Or Axion does that shit. Just fucking CCs a random person that's nowhere near the Nova. Is just hilarious to me. The Cloud General too. I thought the Cloud General though was I could be mistaken. I don't know enough about Sugdosa. But I thought that was like, is it WQ or SQ or something like that? They have to manually pick a target and throw it. Like Nova does have an ability where it can pick where it wants to throw a pawn, but it also has pawns randomly go around it too. Like I have no issue with it when they manually throw a pawn. That ability's fine. You just hit C and it goes to whoever's closest? Is it only the closest person? Oh, well, that's kind of goofy then. That must be kind of annoying for the Dosa, though, at the same time, because if it's randomly the closest person, how would that work if you were up against a Tamer? Would it just constantly be going for hailing? How you doing, buddy? What do you want? Mom lock you out of the bedroom? Is that the problem? Yeah. The thing is we're going to keep going down this road of classes getting more and more protected. It's clearly not going to get any better. I'm just waiting for the day that they, because they keep adding more and more of these just block jump abilities that automatically put you behind the target and CC them. I feel like it's only a matter of time before they add another ability aside from grab that CCs super armors. I think they are far more likely to do that before they start nerfing protections. Just put resist back in? No, please, for the love of God. RNG in PvP like that is so obnoxious. Aren't most video players nowadays PvEers? Yeah, but are you aware of what the survivorship bias is? I don't think it's like, I mean, people have always been predominantly PvEers, right? But the more and more and more changes they make that people regard as a negative change to PvP, the less PvPers there will be. Not because people don't want a PvP, but because people start getting sick and tired of it, right? And you got to be careful. Correlation doesn't mean causation. Because there's less PvPers, that doesn't mean there's less people that are willing to PvP. It might just mean there's less people who want to PvP. If that makes any fucking sense. It makes sense in my head, but I feel like it doesn't make sense out loud. Yeah. The thing is, though, that doesn't solve that problem, Dazzle. All it now does is just make it RNG. there should be no abilities in the game that move you behind the person, fully protected, and CC. It should be a multi-stage process, right? Like, you can have abilities that move you behind a target, but it then should also require you to do another ability to do the CC. And there should be a resource cost attached to it too, a hefty resource cost. But there are some classes that are just, like Impaling Flash on Awakening Sage. I've always been against abilities like that, and then they basically gave Awakening Sage one. It's technically not the same as some of them, but if you hit the angles right, then it is, right? And it's a fully protected movement ability that you can use to CC, and it's all just in one. It's too much. They overcooked. They took an ability that was already good and they made it broken. What they should have done was, instead of putting the CC on Impaling Flash, they should have put it on like Lightning Surge, right? So this way, you would have to not only hit the angle to get behind him, but you have to do another ability and quickly flip around and do another ability to CC him. Now, not only does it require another input, you better tracking your opponent, but also requires additional stamina that you're exhausting, that if you do it too much, you know, it's going to put some stamina pressure on you. I don't know, I was thinking about it, and I was like, not that specifically, but the way they balance classes, I just don't understand why, when they decide that they want to buff a class in PvP, I don't understand why they take abilities that are already strong and make them stronger. In my opinion, they should look at a class and say, okay, we want this class to be stronger. What abilities aren't they using that we can make useful? I feel like that would be a much better approach to improving classes. Because then not only do you make it have a more diverse toolkit, but you create more player expression at the same time, right? If you give them a broader toolkit, then they have a larger toolkit for a different environment. Instead of just over buffing one ability and it becomes, okay, the ability's off cooldown, hit it. It's off cooldown, hit it. It's off cooldown, hit it. Because that's what happens when they keep over buffing abilities. I actually support them giving every single class in the game a grab at this point. Not because I think it's going to make the game more balanced, but more so, there's a lot of people who only play classes that have no grabs, and they're going to realize that most of the time when they catch a class, it's because they tried to grab. And I look forward to seeing these classes have a grab in their toolkit, throw it, and get caught so much more. Yeah, well, I mean, Lana's one of the most obnoxious grabs in the game. Definitely up there with Seraph. Seraph, I would argue their grab is a little more obnoxious because it's a knockdown grab. Neither of those grabs, in my opinion, should exist in the state they're in. They're just so fucking obnoxious. I also don't think Awakened Sage should have a ranged grab anymore either. I think Awakening Sage having a ranged grab made sense before it had so many tools to put it next to a target. But now that you have things like Impaling Flash, Protected Lightning Surge, Judgment, you have more than enough tools to get right next to your target. Awakening Sage does not need a ranged grab anymore. That would be one of the nerfs that I think Awakened Sage should get. I think classes, there are some classes that are fine with a ranged grab. It used to be based on how a class moves. Classes that can inch up, either like... Here, let me, I gotta pull up my little paint to best articulate this point. Because it made sense. There was a rhyme and a reason why they gave range grabs for a while. Right? So... it was really based off just how a class moved. For the most part, obviously with exceptions, right? If you had a class... Here, I'm going to draw 2 lines here, right? You have your enemy. You have the other person, right? I feel like this is already not great. So actually, you know what? I put these dots too close together. Wait. Okay, we're starting over. I actually don't need that much information on the screen. I'm just going to use the pencil tool. Okay, so you have the target here, right? And you're here. Some classes, they could move any little bit of this distance, right? If that red dot moves to anywhere in this line, they could very easily move that minimal distance or as much distance as they need to get right next to their target. Those were the classes that got melee grabs. Classes that got range grabs were classes that had burst movement, where like if you had the 2 dots next to each other, right? And like you did one dash and your dash moved you here and you couldn't move any distance in between. Those were the classes that had ranged grabs because you could only move in that same distance, right? You could only move in bursts. You couldn't move in intervals in between. So classes that had that bursty movement were the ones that were primarily, because that's how Awakening Sage's movement originally was. Like if you had a target there and you spear bolted, you would always end up at the same distance on the other side of them. Your bolt would always move you in chunks, right? So if you have movement like that, where it's very defined distances that you have to move that are in larger chunks, then I think a range grab makes sense. Because otherwise, if you can only be in melee range, but you have that burst movement, it becomes damn near impossible to make sure you're always landing directly on top of the person. But Awakening Sage's movement has evolved so much since it was originally designed. It has more than enough tools now to get directly beside its target. There is no reason for it to have a ranged grab anymore. The thing about Awakening Sage, too, that most people have issues with, you can't cancel the movement? You can't, no. Bolt moves a fixed distance. But now we have tools. Impaling Flash used to not work like that. Impaling Flash used to also move, like it would connect with the target, but it wouldn't land you on the target. It would do a hit on them, and then you would tap S and it would move you a fixed distance behind them. Which happened to be the optimal grab range. It was actually really busted with the range grab at that time, because it would always move you at the optimal grab distance to maximize the width of the cone. When they ended up buffing Impaling Flash, it was really good that they removed the S cancel off of it, because it would have been so busted. But like Warrior, for example, right? Warrior, like they have shield charge that they can use to get really up close and intimate Striker has their multiple dashes. There's definitely Zerker obviously needs no explanation how good it is at managing smaller or larger distances, closing the gap on smaller and larger distances. I think it's important too that people understand the difference between a like people associate when we talk range and melee grab, they'll reference the weapon too, right? So like if some people will think like, for example, like Awakened Guardian's grab is a melee grab because she's grabbing you with her axe, which is a melee weapon. It's like, no, when we say ranged grab, we're talking about the distance of which it grabs from. The weapon that's in her hands is completely irrelevant. Guardian actually has one of the longest range grabs in the game. Multiple grabs should also be changed. Yes and no. I think if you're going to keep the cooldowns low, yes. But I think if you have multiple grabs, all your grabs should have a significantly higher cooldown if you want them to stay with multiple grabs. That's another thing, all grabs should have a longer cooldowns? No. That doesn't solve the problem. Once again, grabs are objectively massively weaker than they've ever been, but they feel more mandatory than ever. Nerfing grabs more and more and more is not solving the problem. So why do we keep going down this road of, oh, we need to nerf them more and more and more? The problem is we have too many protections. Too many iframes, too many super armors. That's what's making grabs feel so mandatory. Give everyone the clothesline from Crimson. The clothesline is sick, though. That shit feels so good. There's so many things in Crimson Desert that feel so good. You should be able to jump on the back of a Zerker and just start stabbing it in the back. That's hard to do because they're absolute grabs. No, not necessarily. They've done that not in regards to grabs, but with Sage. We have so many abilities that they will nerf just the absolute or just the prime version, depending on what they want to address. Sage actually has so many, like, there's so many really good abilities in the kit for Succession that are useless for Sage, and it's Awakening, and it's not because of the damage. For those Succession classes, you can very easily just adjust either the absolute. If the absolute is too strong and the Awakening kit is thriving because of it, you can nerf just the absolute, and then obviously it won't affect the Succession class, or vice versa. Then they need to make all absolute grabs into primes. Well, I mean, the only classes we're really talking about with multiple grabs are what? Ninja, Zerker, Striker? Am I missing any other classes that have multiple grabs? The thing about Zerker too, its Awakened grab isn't even really the problem. It is just the other grabs. And just increasing the cooldown on the main hand grabs are fine. I don't think you need to touch the Awakened Zerk grab. I fear we will never see it, though. We are only a couple weeks from them making Awakened Warrior a perma protected grab bot. Well, what do you mean? It's already there. They made it so protected now? It's so protected. And it does suck for the warrior too, because like you might get mad fighting a warrior because all they do is grab you, but when you consider how protected everybody is, that's practically all they fucking have. They've taken away so many other interesting CCs from the kit, like the chopping kick CC. Like, that was actually a cool CC. Didn't have sick range or anything, required proper positioning, had a reasonable cooldown. Seraphim Warrior, the same class now. They're definitely a lot closer than they were, that's for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't say they're the same class. Actually, maybe Dragor can prove it right now. I have a way we can actually prove this right now. Reverse matchup. Dukes hops on Savior, Dragor hops on Warrior, and they 1v1. I'm loving Crimson Desert Addicted as well. It is so good. It is so good. $30. Yo. And if he wins, he could take that $60 and buy a copy of Crimson Desert. He returned it? After 10 minutes? What? What game is this? This is Black Desert. Minecraft HD edition. Shut up, Kamu. Why did you return it though, Dukes? What was your problem with it? I mean, criticism is fair. The game's obviously not going to be everybody's favorite. But I am curious. I do feel like BDO players in general are very likely to enjoy it. Yeah. What were you getting tilted about? Never mind. What do you mean, never mind? What do you mean, never mind? He had to uninstall Overwatch to play it? Wait, did he have a small SSD? Oh, nice. Thanks, Kinjar. Actually forgot to continue watching that. Yeah, this is pretty short. This is a pretty short read. I'll read this. So this is an interview that was done with one of the voice actor who voice acted Cliff. So, even if you weren't privy to the details of Crimson Desert's reportedly chaotic development, there are signs of it in the game itself. Pearl Abyss's open world RPG has too many ideas and no way to eloquently stitch them together. Still, if you wanted an on-the-record account of how disorganized it was, Alec Newman, the actor who plays the game's protagonist, Cliff, says his 5-year recording process was also affected by a lack of direction and an ever-changing plot. In an interview with the Friends Per Second podcast, thanks to This Week in Video Games, Newman describes the recording process as constantly changing, with various periods of low and then very high intensity. Details such as his name, originally McDuff, before being changed to Cliff. They should have kept it McDuff. What? Oh, that's such a sick name. And parts of his backstory were in regular flux over those 5 years, with Newman saying that he was told that it was time to start recording in earnest about 2 years into the process. In fact, for the first year and a half or so, it was just a demo as far as I knew, he said in an interview. They sort of said, well, we're going to start recording in earnest now, and went, what the hell do you... And I went, what the hell do you mean? We've been doing this for ages. The constant back and forth made it difficult for Newman to keep up with what the plot of the game actually was. I could definitely see that being an issue if you're a voice actor, right? Because you're trying to get into the experience, like you're trying to get into the character, right? And you're trying to understand what his experiences are, what his experiences were, what the moment is like that he's in, what's this environment he's in, so you can better try to create a relatable emotion for the character to fit into that atmosphere, right? And if he just feels like he's all over the place and he doesn't know like what emotional state his character is supposed to be in for any moment, it is going to make it harder for him to do his job. Okay, so with this project, it was interesting because they I don't want to say they kept changing the goalpost, but we started off recording with cards of the different parts of Pywell, various characters. And he's from this faction, and he's from that faction, he said. And I kept saying, yes, but what is happening? Newman says that about halfway into the process, he had to push Pearl Abyss to write more of Cliff's personality or personal arc into the story. The whole Greymanes thing, after about 2.5 years, they decided they really wanted that to resonate. This idea of family and trying to bring something back together. I kind of get that. I'm definitely getting that vibe playing Crimson Desert. Newman explained, I think that's the main story strand of the game, or the only story strand of the game when you begin. I don't want to say they started panicking, but they were like, oh yeah, we really want this. We really want Cliff to care about his comrades. And I said, well, he does. But you haven't written that monologue. So we brought it in gradually wherever we could, and we attended to it. Wherever we were given something that could be slightly humorous, we tried to bring that out. But I'll be honest, those moments were fewer than they could have been. Newman said that it was important. Well, I mean, most of the time, like how many times in Crimson Desert have we heard him, like there's this giant dialogue, and you hear Jan going off, and then Cliff just says, yeah. Cliff definitely could have been much more involved with some of the dialogues. Newman says that it was important to him that Cliff be more than just stoic, and saying it's very, very hard to play 150 hours with somebody who doesn't give anything away ever. I appreciate that he cared enough to fight for those beats to be more than subtext, even in big ol' open world capital C content games like Crimson Desert. An RPG protagonist needs to be more than a vehicle for the player to run around doing stuff, in my opinion. The sandbox can only take you so far. If you don't care about the world you're exploring and the people in it, was Crimson Desert ultimately successful in that endeavor? Depends on who you ask. And then it ends there. My headcanon is that Cliff has some brain damage. He did get his neck slit and thrown off a cliff into a lake. There could have been a rock in that lake that he hit his head on. Maybe the whole abyss was just a dream. Yeah. And that's a good point, Valkia, right? With how little dialogue Cliff actually feels like he has and how much little involvement he has in this story. They could have. It does feel like they could have added a character creator. Which is surprising that they didn't, considering like that's one of the main things, like as people over the years when they come into BDO, if they don't know anything about it, the first thing they say is, what is this character creator, right? It was absolutely phenomenal. It still is amazing, right? Other games have done a lot better to catch up, but BDO was, people would always rant and rave about its character creator, so much to the point where they used it for advertising, because like one of the earliest templates people made for Sork was of what the fuck is her name, right? And then they ended up using her in the Xbox trailer. I don't think that was a coincidence that happened, right? Megan Fox, yeah. When BDO first came out in North America, I remember there was videos of being like, look at this character creator. I made this character look like Megan Fox, and it looked like Megan Fox, right? So yeah, I definitely don't feel like it was a coincidence that they had Megan Fox for the Xbox commercials when they launched BDO on console. Yeah, that's the commercial right there. Like, they 100%, this is obviously speculating, but I feel confident that they 100% chose Megan Fox for this commercial, because the earliest days of BDO in North America, people were showing off the character creator and how they made Megan Fox in the game. I'm not as crazy about Megan Fox as apparently you guys are. She's the reason I'm straight. Oh, what a comment. And some people made the Sork look like Michael Jackson, really? I don't remember this. Look at this, 8 years ago. She's so hot, you're crazy. I wouldn't. She's definitely good looking. I wouldn't put her. I'd put her at best an 8 out of 10. You know who I'd put a 10 out of 10? If you want a reference of where my mind is at, 1 second. The woman who plays Donna in Suits. She's the secretary, the redhead. She's, in my opinion, a 10 out of 10. Marilyn Monroe? Shut up. Sarah Rafferty is her real name. Shut up, Commune. Shut up. I can't believe you just typed that. Oh. Beth from Yellowstone, 10 out of 10? She's alright. The problem with Beth is she's got that crazy, right? And that's her characters, and she obviously plays it really well. but it's hard for me to not picture the character. Yeah, she played it so well. Loyal crazy. True. True. It's like Joffrey from Game of Thrones too, right? It's like these actors, they played that role so well that it's hard to not picture the character when looking at the person. Oh, there's another series coming out about that? Oh, hell yeah. Robert Downey Jr. with Iron Man, that doesn't have the same effect on me. In fact, I like Robert Downey Jr. better in Tropic Thunder, to be completely honest. He fucking killed that. He killed it. I'm just a dude playing a dude dressed as another dude. I heard there's supposed to be a sequel for Tropic Thunder. I want to see that shit so bad. Lena Headey as Cersei from Game of Thrones? Yeah. Man, it's crazy how good Game of Thrones was and how it was just thrown in the trash. So many of those characters you just got such an emotional attachment to. And I know there was a lot of people who were upset with Game of Thrones about how often they killed off what felt were important characters. But I think that also created this environment where you became so much more attached to the characters that were alive because you didn't know at any moment they could go, right?
Dragor 33333333333 Drag breep.
What the hell? That guy's unhinged? Who, Alt 4? I don't know. I don't know about that, Dragor. I think you're just mad. He's got your number. He's in your head. Don't say nah. I bet if I took up your chat history and his chat history, put them up side by side, yours is much more deranged. Oh, you were talking to Dukes? Oh, okay. Alexandria Diadario. I gotta look up who this is. Oh, she got those eyes. She is eye carried. I saw a meme one time where it was like a shirt, or fuck, what was it? It was basically a joke along the lines of like, you know, guys are always looking at girls' tits. Well, the meme was basically her trying to get guys to stop looking at her eyes and look at her tits instead. She has just those piercing blue eyes that you're just like, what the hell? Thing is I'm in this weird position now because of the betrayal that was the ending of Game of Thrones, that I don't want to touch House of the Dragon, no matter how good I hear it is, because I'm just worried I'm gonna get sucked into it and it's gonna get fucked at the end again. Like it's just one of those things where I just want to wait for it to finish, and then if somebody tells me after it's all said and done that it was good, then I'll go back and watch it. But I just don't want to deal with that same shit that I dealt with. It broke my heart what they did to Game of Thrones. But from what I understand, like, it's supposed to go on like a crazy amount of time. Apparently House of the Dragon is like supposed to go on for like a fucking decade. Somebody said some obnoxious time that they're planning on doing it for. Does the Elton piece compass drop at the Dekia history hotspot? Or hotspot, why am I saying hotspot? Yes, it does. Because it's 3 years between seasons? Yeah, that might be why. It's only 3 seasons if it takes 3 years, right? That almost gets you to a decade. You know what I've been loving? So, those of you who don't know much about me, I actually do enjoy anime, but the problem with me is, like, you got these prolific animes like Naruto and One Piece that have so many fucking episodes and seasons that it just looks like too much of a commitment at this point. So, you know what I've been really enjoying is the live action One Piece on Netflix. They just started the 2nd season. I've been really enjoying it. But I also haven't watched any of the actual anime itself. But I've been hearing that even people who enjoy the anime are saying it's pretty well done. They did a good job with the actor choices. One Piece gets better after episode 300, bro. Trust. Isn't that funny when people say shit like that? Doesn't mean that they're wrong, right? They're probably right, but god damn, that's such a commitment. You could watch in 1 week while you grind Sakuya. I don't think you know how many episodes of One Piece there are, Forest Hunter. I was in Minnesota last year, and we went to a comic book store that basically had like half of the fucking mall. It felt like, well, maybe not half the mall. It was a giant footprint for this store, and probably 1/3 of the store was dedicated to just One Piece. And it was like episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There was just fucking shelves after shelves after shelves after rows after rows after rows of just One Piece fucking books. If you skip the filler, maybe? Yeah, you're probably right. There was a, like, it's kind of the same deal with Dragon Ball, right? There was a Dragon Ball episode that skipped a lot of the filler of, like, them just charging up and shit-talking each other and actually just got through story and the fights. That apparently trimmed it down quite dramatically. I remember as a kid watching Dragon Ball. Come home for lunch from school, be sitting there eating my lunch, watching my Dragon Ball, and then go back to school and it's recess and the kids are out in the field pretending to RP as Dragon Ball characters, and they're just standing there in a semi-crouched position, screaming, looking like they're trying to shit themselves in front of each other, like they're charging up, but the teachers don't understand. We probably look stupid as hell. We looked stupid as hell, but we felt cool as hell. If you did try to Kamehameha, what are you even doing? Yup. You pick up a rock and throw it, all of a sudden the teacher's involved, somebody's going to the hospital and getting stitches. Turns out you charged up too much. The song that's playing right now? I just need to catch up on Dragon Ball, period. There's just... I know that there's so much that I've missed over the years. Didn't the guy pass away too, just like last year or some shit? Yeah, I think of all the continents in the world, it was probably like the most popular in South America. Per capita, I guess. You missed all the new Super Saiyan forms? Fuck. I remember the very first time he went Super Saiyan. Holy. Fucking goosebumps. Every hair on my body stood straight up. I felt like I was going Super Saiyan 2. The goosebumps are crazy. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's crazy the leapfrogging that happened in Dragon Ball Z with Power. I remember in like the earliest episodes, you got like fucking Piccolo who's like, holy, he's so strong. And then he's like fucking at some points he turns into an ant, and then you have these like arcs where all of a sudden they go crazy again for a while, and then all of a sudden they're an ant again, and most realistic part was when he hid for a year because he was terrified of his wife. Yeah, it's some real shit, isn't it? What is a Dragon Ball? You'll have to ask Divios. He'll show you. Sell you a shiny on EU? How cheap are shinies on EU now? $1.24. Hey, shit, that's almost min price. Oh, are you talking about One Piece, Dukes? Yeah, I really like the just with my experience with the live action one, I love how over the top the characters are. I'm actually really sad too what they did with One Punch Man. I've heard so many bad things about the latest season of it that I just don't even want to watch it. One Frame Man? Yeah, that's what I hear. What did you hear about One Punch? It's just basically what Multi said is they put so little into the animation And from what I understand too, like people are saying that they, I don't know, maybe it's blurring together. Maybe I shouldn't say it. But like they, yeah, just the animation is just absolute terrible. Invincible is about to be in the crazy part of the comics. Yeah, I'm excited to get started on this season of that. I've been enjoying Invincible. Do I watch while grinding? No. I try to watch like short videos and stuff like that, but nothing that has like a long story I'm trying to keep up with, because my attention is divided all the time, and you know, it's one of those things where it can become very easy to get disconnected from the story if you miss a bunch of key parts. Now all of a sudden future stuff doesn't make sense and you feel like, oh, what are they doing here? So if it's something that adds like a story I want to pay attention to, then I'll watch it. Typically on my side monitor, I watch like other streamers or other games or maybe short YouTube videos and stuff. Because like almost all my time I get on the computer is while I'm streaming, right? Nothing but thieves if I get high. That reminds me of the Afroman shit going on. That shit is so funny too. I want to find out where to get that suit. I want to dress up as Afroman for Halloween. Yeah, it was hilarious. I mean, they definitely should have investigated his house, right? Like, if you have reports that somebody's potentially has somebody kidnapped in their house and trafficking drugs, it needs to be investigated. But obviously, everything that followed that, you know, them confiscating money and losing some of it, like, yeah, right. It definitely seems like, it definitely gives off the vibe like that whole situation was just somebody didn't like Afroman there and they decided to try to make shit fucking bad for him. Now it's blowing up in their face. One of the ladies did, yes, unplug his camera. One of his cameras. Yeah, well, corruption happens everywhere, Dark. Doesn't mean you shouldn't talk about it. Just they obviously did it to the wrong person because his house was heavily surveilled. Is that a word? Surveilled? I feel like it is. There's no need to damage his property. Well, turning off his cameras, no. Damage property, yes. I mean, you obviously, you know, they have to, if they hear that somebody's potentially being held against their will in a place, they obviously have to get in. What are you gonna do? Just knock kindly, right? We should try to dismantle the system that creates corruption. Power creates corruption. You're never going to dismantle power because you also need power for order. As long as you have order, you will have corruption. It's impossible. They go hand in hand with each other. They're two forces battling against each other because power is needed for both of them to exist. It's not a flaw, it's a consequence. Unfortunately, the Dukes. So if I call your local police department and told them you're hoarding drugs and keeping people prison in your basement, they should go into your house just off my call alone? I mean, obviously, if it's my house, I'm going to say no because I know that none of that shit is going on. But, you know, if the result is... Maybe here's the better way to put it. If 9 calls turn untrue, but one of them is true, what is the better of the two situations? That they ignore the calls and one person ends up permanently someone's hostage, or 9 houses get their doors kicked down, but that in that one situation out of 10, there is somebody there that gets saved. I would say, yeah, you know, obviously you should err on the side of caution and trying to save people. And it creates this weird environment too, right? Like, rationally, when you think about that, you'd be like, okay, well, if people are making fake calls, you need to try to hold them accountable. But at the same time, that can also create a unfortunate environment where people become afraid to report things because if they aren't 100% certain, they might feel like they get held accountable for calling something in if they're wrong, right? So that's also a problem too. Like, people like to think like they have the perfect solution to this, but like this, there's so many issues all along the way that if you overcorrect in one direction or the other, it just creates issues. If there was a perfect solution, it would already be handled. If it's blatantly obvious that the person was doing it intentionally to cause harm, right? Then obviously there should be charges, and there is, right? I would have suspected that that whole situation would have went down differently if they didn't casually lose his money, if they weren't caught unplugging his cameras, and if they were just like, sorry, we got a report, we had to investigate it, unfortunately it is what it is, we apologize for the damage. I imagine that whole situation would have went down differently, right? It's not like Afroman can't afford to repay for or pay for a new door. It's still a shitty situation. You talking about the Afroman shit? Yeah, we were. Oh yeah, that's super incriminating. The officer that was unplugging the cameras definitely needs some deeper investigation going on to their history, because there might be a lot of other head-scratching situations now that you have more context in their conduct that might be worth looking a little deeper into to see if there's a trend, right? But it definitely has created a hilarious situation. He's definitely capitalizing off of it, because he was, I'd completely forgotten about him. He was like, what, a two-hit wonder? I can't think of any other songs he made other than Because I Got High and Colt 45. But everybody's talking about him again. When I heard that, Dukes, it made me wonder if that was the motive. Maybe that was the police officer that Afroman had beef with. Maybe there was some offhanded comment at a bar one time, and he was like, yeah, I fucked your wife back in the day. And the officer was like, okay, fuck this guy. I'm gonna make up some shit, and we're gonna fuck up his life. We're gonna make his, you know, we're gonna fuck up his house. Yeah. Oh yeah, he should have leaned into it. He should have been like, what are you talking about? That fucking pound cake looked awesome. I hadn't eaten lunch. I got called to this shit. I see that sitting on the counter. Hell yeah, it's gonna catch my eye. That shit's relatable. Am I grinding without a loot scroll? Nope. Thank you, by the way. Thank you for reminding me. Every time I move that down there, I forget about it. I gotta keep it up there. Is Tungrat a good place to burn Agris? I can't remember. Somebody in chat probably knows the answer. How are you not out of loot scrolls? Because this game throws them at you. Did I get any of the new mounts? Are you talking about in Crimson Desert? No, I haven't. I mean, I believe Afroman did that too, but I think a lot of people are thinking that it's in present tense. That I honestly think Afroman's just talking about, like, I guess maybe when they were younger or something. Maybe he knew that guy's wife before they were married. I think a lot of people are drawing the assumption that that cop's wife was unfaithful while they were married. I think that's unfair to say without knowing her. To ramen or not to ramen? Oh, man. I wish we had good ramen places here. My city sucks for ramen. We have some good pho places, but no good ramen places. You ordered nachos? Do you eat fucking nachos every day? Have you been thinking about nachos all week? I swear the last 3 days you brought up nachos. You have eaten them every day? Holy, they must be good nachos. Tell me about them. Yo, take a picture and share the picture with chat once they arrive. If you're eating these nachos 3 days in a row, I need to know what these nachos look like. You haven't been eating them every day? Oh, you've been just thinking about them every day. Okay, well, still, share the picture once you get them. He's already eaten them? Oh, I guess so. I don't know why I thought I read that like they were on the way. But yeah, I guess he could have. Oh no, they are coming. Okay. A Naruto ramen shop here. Oh, okay, yeah, and it has the I remember seeing something where there's like this little thing on the ramen that's like a Naruto reference thing that you see ramen shops doing. I was right? Yeah, purely by accident too, Dragor. A fish cake, that's what it was. Yeah.
Hear ye, foe shall be known and pronounced as foe from henceforth.
I like how it said it the same way both times. One was just a little bit more drawn out. Wait, we got 2 yellows today? Holy. Oh, so that fish cake and ramen came first? I thought it was the other way around. Look at that, I'm learning. You guys are turning me into a weeb. Ooh, Valkyria, look what you sent me. Oh, yeah. Oh my god. No wonder why you ordered those nachos. Those look sick. You should have popped them in chat. Holy. That looks so good. Damn. Look at that Coach bag on the table, too. Bougie. The only reason I knew that was a Coach bag is because my wife had a Coach bag for a while, and I remember she'd occasionally get stopped by ladies who'd be like, nice purse. Those look really good, though. Those almost look like homemade chips, too. So you got like tomato, you got jalapeno, you got a nice, you got some guacamole on the top, some cilantro in there. Those nachos look amazing. Is that like pork or chicken in there? It's hard to tell. It's kind of buried. Is that a Chipotle ranch? Nice. What'd you say? It's a type of bag, Haley. That's just the name of the bag. Yeah, it's not it's like the brand name of the bag. It's called Coach. Why? I don't know. Why is your Oh. Man. Kind of want an ice cold Sprite now, too. There's a new Peaky Blinders movie. I haven't seen Peaky Blinders. My wife was into Peaky Blinders. She loved that show. It's a show that I would definitely get into as well, but I just didn't have the chance to watch it. One of these days I need to put that on my side monitor and watch it and catch up to it. Yeah, I don't know who queued this up. Where's Taylor Swift at? Hey, as long as it's their older shit. I prefer Taylor when she was more country, less pop. How much you want to bet, Dragor? That Dukes will put on his, he'll bring his Bluetooth speaker into the bathroom and he'll be playing WAP with the volume cranked up while he's having a shower. Those look amazing. Thank you, hon. I just got some beautiful dumplings delivered to me. You know that look? I don't know if you guys watch Family Guy, but you know, like every time Peter runs into that chicken that he fights, and that chicken just gives him that look before they start fighting? That's the look my wife just gave me. I've come to notice that barely anyone grinds on Awakened Striker. Is he that bad? He's not a bad grinder. He's a comfy grinder. He's an easy grinder. He's just not fast. Would you say Sage is hard to learn? No, I don't think any class is really hard to learn. Just through repetition. I'm a 2-day kind of guy when it comes to playing a class. I don't know if you guys are the same way, but like when I play or do something new, that first day I do it, it'll feel clunky. I'll be learning things here and there, but it's not like it's really set into my brain until I go to sleep. And then the next day I wake up and it's like my brain is now cataloged everything I learned the day before, and I can now expand and learn more. And it happens in like waves like that. Medozen. You need to like the class? Well, liking the class certainly helps. No doubt about that. Shroud's probably way ahead of me, Dukes. He's been playing that game like a fiend. Shroud's probably more into it than almost anybody else. He's loving it. Ba 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 ba. Just 1 second, Captain. You want to hear when Katy Perry was actually good and wrote her own stuff? Honestly, don't care. I thought Katy Perry had standards until I heard that she hooked up with Justin Trudeau. I don't know if I'll ever be able to look at her the same way again. That's like Avril Lavigne and the Nickelback guy. I don't even know his name. Oh, by the way, Captain, yeah, what you said, 100% true. The PvE balance is actually the closest it's ever been in BDO. Because they've realized that, hey, if we want to keep class diversity, class identity in the game, it's impossible to make all the classes equal in PvE. So instead of addressing it at the class end of things, they've addressed it at the monster end of things, right? Because it's a two-party relationship. It's the player and the mobs, right? Or the class and the mobs. So they addressed it at the mob level so they could keep class identity. You're excited for Shroud to play BDO again? You think he'll play BDO after? I don't know if his audience will be... I think if they kept Solaire around 24/7 and Shroud could play just that, I think he could get into it. But I can't see Shroud grinding mobs all day. That's true. Yeah, he's certainly well off. He could just swipe for gains. But I don't know if there'd be a reason for him to swipe for gains, right? I don't know how interested he'd be in doing uncapped PvP. I think Solaire is like the best way to capture people like him if it was available all the time. But with these giant gaps between Solaire seasons, I think it'd be very easy for people like him to just lose interest while they're waiting for the next Solaire season. Sork. Oh shit. I did not expect that. How do you queue a song? So it uses Spotify. So there's two different ways you can go about it. There's a channel point redemption, and you just type. There's basically 3 stages that are increasingly more accurate. You could just write the song name, but if there's multiple songs with the same name, there's a chance it'll pull the wrong one. You could do the artist and the song name, which has a very high success rate, but still occasionally messes up. Or you can just grab the Spotify link, and when you do the channel point redeem, put that in there, and that has 100% accuracy. Sometimes it's fun to just do people's names and see what pops up. Like, let's see what happens if we do LeDukes. Let's see what Duke's song is. The Marcus Hedges Trend Orchestra Daruk's theme from The Legend of Zelda. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Last time it was Dukes of Hazzard, wasn't it? I think that's just because I put... Maybe because I put a space between Ledukes, or maybe because I just put Dukes? I can't remember. You're right, it was the Dukes of Hazzard last time. I forgot about that. Oh, great. Keep in mind, too, if there's ever anything playing that you guys are really not liking, you could type !vote skip, and if a song gets 5 votes, it gets skipped. And also, I reserve the right to skip anything if it's, you know, highly inappropriate. Better have a bucket and a mop, Dragor. What are you talking about? Bodak Yellow is fucking sick. That's a sick song. No weirder? What about less weirder? Because if it's equally weird, then I take it back. My apologies. Yeah, but I don't think anybody said that, right? I think this originally precipitated because you made a comment about how every class or every character Dukes plays, he makes them black. And we were like, huh? You actually noticed that? You paid that much attention? What the hell? Did he say that? Oh, I don't remember that. I mean, I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with wanting to relate to the character you're playing. Maybe it helps with a power fantasy, right? You want to feel immersed into your character. No, I said I wish all classes had all hairstyles. See? Ooh, and I believe you, Dukes, because Dragor is bad for misremembering shit like that and twisting it to fit his own narrative. It's like you'll say something to him, he'll hear it a completely different way, and then it gets logged in his memory in that way that he interpreted it. And then the next time it comes up, he'll bring it up like you said it the way he thought he heard it. He is so bad for that shit. I'm biased? Fuck yeah, I am. Fuck yeah, I am. And I'm proud of it. Hey, I didn't try to gaslight him. I thought he was gaslighting me. I just didn't remember. There's a difference. It's not my fault every single time Dukes or Dragor's name is typed. It's a little feeky motherfucker. Even in my on-screen chat, like on my on-screen, so my on-screen chat uses my multi-chat as the on-screen chat. So everything you guys see in the on-screen chat, I see in my multi-chat as well. So every time you guys type anything that comes up with an emote, I see the emote in my chat, and I have to like try to translate what the fuck that emote means. There'll be many times where you guys will type something in chat and I'll pause, and it's because I got a mouse over the emote to see what word or what phrase triggered the emote, so I know what the fuck you guys are saying. How funny would that be though if emotes did become the universal language, right? Because obviously, like phrases like LOL, shit like that, like people say shit like that, right? No cap. What would happen if all of a sudden people, instead of like actually using words, they just started doing gestures to talk? I mean, I guess when I'm driving, I'll do a gesture to talk. It involves my middle finger. What does that even look like? How do you sign ASL? Leylandis. Yo, but if she does it back though, you know you're in. What if you're in Thailand, all of a sudden she turns back to you, and instead there's just two fingers bumping each other? Then you know you're in trouble. The international sign for docking.
How do you get away
Oh,
with committing a
God.
crime against a deaf person? Break their fingers so they can't tell anyone.
That's fucked up. I'm trying to think though, if you broke the fingers, how would they tell? I mean, I guess I could still write it down. Potato. That's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, what if she starts doing that back? Any red orb yet? Not today, but I've had 3 now in total.
I met a deaf gynecologist today. Apparently he reads lips.
I had 2 in 1 hour, and then another one the next day. It was actually crazy. It's been over a week though since I've had one. Had to do a demo was it the day before yesterday? I think it was. Oh. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Yeah, I'm not singing the whole song this time. Who's Brian Griffin? Is that the dog? Off of, yeah, I was gonna say Family Guy. Yeah, his son is Chris. That's right. His daughter's Meg. I'm Peter's son. That's right. Stewie? Oh yeah, it's Stewie too. Ooh, some Frank Sinatra? That's a fucking banger. And it didn't even bring up Frank. Oh my goodness. What is ooh la la? Probably because he has "le" in his name. It thinks you're French, so it's going for a French song. Holy, these ads are longer than me in bed, for real? That's a pretty low bar, isn't it? Maybe I need to turn them up. Let's see what Duke's queued up. Maybe the song's a banger. It's kind of fun sometimes when it fucks up. And it picks some random song. You never know what kind of treat you're in for. Could be built like a mini Pringles can, you never know. It could be built like a roll of dimes. Probably better than what he actually wanted? No. Not even close. Don't you dare disrespect Frank like that, Dragor. You don't know the song Fly Me to the Moon? What? You uncultured you call yourself a musician? I know Fly Me to the Moon. Well, that's what he queued. That's what he typed. You mean he didn't see what he typed it? Okay. Fair. Fair. Don't blame me for your ineptitude, your inability to properly articulate what you were truly feeling, or the situation you were truly in. It's in your set? Oh, hell yeah. I bet you kill it too. I bet you actually do a good job with that song with your voice. That's the song when you start singing it. After you're done, one of those 50-year-old cougars comes by with her name on her name and number on a fucking napkin and stuffs it in your pocket. This 50-plus woman was being hella handsy last night. Oh, shit. Hey, like a fine wine, man. Gets better with age. His hair is of the required length to have a musical opinion. You either need long hair or no hair. Yeah, everything in between, I'm disqualified. Ooh. Who queued this up? This is a banger. Oh, you fucker. You're right. This song is in tons of ads. How much silver do you think it'll take to go from Oct to Nov, then Nov to Deck? Yeah, if you take a look at Byrog's workshop, it'll show you the average cost and the pity cost, so, you know. $2.1 trillion. I think going from Oct to Deck with 2.1 trillion, I think that'll put you pretty close to average, the average cost for those two levels. Isn't it? Let's see. I'll pull up his cheat. Click on workshop. It is already set for Sov. The average cost is approximately almost 500 bill for Nov and 1.2 trill almost for Deck. So a total, the average cost will be what, 1.7, 1.6 trillion silver if you have average luck. So yeah, you're actually a bit above that. What did I do? Yeah, I just tapped. I just threw silver at it. I'm always at the point in my progression now, though, that whenever they add something new, I have basically unlimited resources in terms of, like, crons. The intro of this immediately reminded me of, like, Mario for a second. Yeah, the only thing that holds me back now is time-gated progression. And until they stop doing time-gated progression, it's going to stay that way. I don't think they'll ever stop, though. Do you think Shinings will drop to 1 trillion? They're almost 1 trillion on EU. What's after all decks? They'll probably end up just doing a replacement gear, right? They'll probably add something like right now we got Karazad, right? They'll probably do like, maybe they'll do Sovereign accessories next. And if you have a deck Karazad, you could exchange it for like a pen Sovereign accessory and start from there. The Kron butt plug? Yeah, they were getting Zerker ready for it, weren't they? Yeah, we got song requests rolling right now. So yeah, as long as you know, I mean, nah, I guess I gotta be careful. Go ahead, Dukes. But typically, yeah, I like songs I can understand. Yeah, if it's not on Spotify, then it won't come up. Has to be on Spotify. I have no filter on, no. No filter at all. Where is it? Yeah, non-contrast, which is basically the same as no filter. I don't know why they have the two options, because they're both identical. See? Nothing. Nothing changes. Feed my pets? Yeah, I guess so. Wait, your nachos still aren't there? They're gonna be all soggy by the time they show up. I hope it's just the kitchen taking a while, because if they're sitting there in his car steaming, your nachos are gonna suck. You're gonna have to eat them with a spoon. Is this supposed to be the French Elvis that Dukes was talking about? I'm not really getting it. If you see his aesthetic, you'd see it? Oh, okay. I saw an Elvis impersonator one time. His name was Dalen James, I believe. He's actually really fucking good, too. He was a really good impersonator. That does sound like a tragic story. Till we moved here? Is that where you live right now, Dukes? Is this my monthly reminder that Dukes is French? Is that a monthly thing? I was gonna say, what the hell is this? I just realized it's a mashup. Somebody cue this? Oh yeah, we're still a little bit behind. I feel like I recognize this guy singing. There's a YouTuber who will do the same thing, who will do songs in a different band style, and he did a collaboration with a guy for Linkin Park. I feel like it must be the same guy. Actually, I think this is the exact song. What the fuck am I thinking of? The most epic clip made it in? Oh no. Do I even want to know? Was it some shit that Tasty Cake clipped? It's yours? Is it, there's been a lot of Crimson Desert clips. Is it the, trying to get the thing through the doorway? He's been putting out a lot of videos lately. Probably Crimson Desert's probably doing really well for him, right? Probably hitting the algorithm well, so probably going hard with the Crimson Desert clips. Dragor. Oh my god. Oh, you could probably get like anywhere in the world, can't you? It's probably amazing for exploring. You just get roughly above the area. Like if you want to explore Payloon, for example, the northern side, you probably just go to the Magnus above that, and jump off, and just like take a gander below you and be like, I want to look at that, and then you just fly towards that, or I want to look towards that and fly towards that. You DM me another good one? No shot, he said that. That's like some Kythar level shit right there. Maybe Dukes and Kythar are the same person. Has it been 4 years? Let's see. Why is that not opening now? That picture Dragor linked, it says today at 8:41 a.m. Dukes. So it turns out that was a lie. Oh no. And look at that. That one says today at 2:05 p.m. and it's only 1:13 p.m. So you're about to say that shit. Need to go grab a Dr. Pepper. Why the hell does it actually fit, though? Ooh, we hit the 50% mark. We're halfway to 68. We're halfway out of this hellhole that is level 67. That also means, if I'm not mistaken, our Sork should be level 66 now. Let's take a peek. Good to our farms anyways. Let's see, and boom! Oh, look at that, we're level 66. And look at that, boom, pop an XP scroll. It's another character to level 66. I'll be back. Oh, yeah. I'm back, you guys. I think we should swap over to some Crimson Desert. What do you guys think? I just say, woo, Crimson Desert, yay! Or go, oh, Crimson Desert, I love video. Aight, later. Yo, what, Slash? You not enjoying Crimson Desert? You don't want to spoil it for yourself? Ah. And you know what? That's part of the reason, Slash. I've been actually pacing myself and doing tons of side stuff instead of rushing through story. Because I wanted to give you guys ample time to stay ahead of me on the story. I need to do a lot more work with my Grey Main camp. Because I still don't have that Winston guy in there. And actually, maybe that's what I'll work on today. There's actually that, and I want to figure out how to do the witches. Yan is asking you to gamble for him? Oh, I did that one already. You love Duo? Yeah. I wouldn't say I love it, but it's definitely it's not as dumb as it originally looks. Okay, this is the most annoying part of swapping over to Crimson Desert because I gotta actually change everything. If you're watching on YouTube, I will be bringing the VOD down, bringing the stream down, and bringing it back up with Crimson Desert, so it's its own separate VOD. So if you want to watch some Crimson Desert, just keep your eyes peeled for the stream to come back on with a Crimson Desert title. If you're on Twitch and Kick, and you're not interested in watching Crimson Desert, well, thank you for hanging out for the time you did. But I am going to be moving over to that if you want to watch it and stick around. I got like a blister on my hand that's peeling. Have fun, girls.